Hello, hello. Now for a change of scenery. I'm streaming FF14 again. Ooh, who could have seen this coming? I'm just gonna keep it on this shot of Rhalgr's Reach for now. Of course, I will have to move it every so often because of the stupid inactivity timer. Hey, Posthumous, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the late birthday wish. I really appreciate it. Even though you were here for my previous stream and that was closer to and after my birthday. And my birthday was Sunday, actually. My Dead Space stream was 2 days after. Hey, Deetwit, welcome. Welcome, welcome. What was the 1900s like? Probably bad for me. Howdy, Star Pressure. Welcome. Wow, a lot of people come in already for FF14 of all things. Hey, Tara. I'll be staying for spoils. We hope you have fun. Yeah, definitely tune out of this, even if you're very far behind. Because apparently these Stormblood post-patches are some of the best shit in FF14. Which is the entire reason I'm streaming them. Hey, Pachi. You got a Zaxby's commercial, apparently? I'm honored. Honored that they see fit to advertise on me. Totally due to my own merit. Time to make you all motion sick whilst we get set up. Oh, hey, thanks for the gifted subs, Queequeg. Thank you very much. Hi, Dalek. Hi, Sean. Oh my god. Many people. Many things. Thank you. Show mount. Here. I tend to prefer Midgardstormer as my default mount. I know it's lame because he's the story mount, but I really liked getting him in Heaven's Word, and he looks cool, so... Yes, you all showed up because it was my birthday 5 days ago? Definitely. Where is my fuck ugly bulldog mount? I don't know. I don't actually know what all mounts I have, because I went through my inventory a bit ago and realized I had a million fucking unpopped mount and little minion items that I just never activated. Bulldogs are cute. I don't know if the bulldog mount translates necessarily. Anyway, welcome to FF14, everyone. Stormblood post-patch. So, a couple things up front. I have streamed FF14 several times before to what I would describe as middling success. It's a very easy game for me to get anxious in, especially if I'm streaming. So, some ground rules, okay? Oh, what's this? Have you gotten a chance to play Space Marine 2 or Astrobot yet? No to both. I'm waiting on Space Marine 2 until it's not $70 anymore, and Astrobot's a little lower than that on my priority list. Though I hear both are very good, and I do want to get to them. But yes, FF14. So, first and foremost, I'm not the best at this game. Anybody who plays with me can attest. And I've made peace with that. My goal is to survive and experience the story, not to flourish necessarily. I'm not doing savage raids or anything. So with that in mind, if I fuck up something, if I fumble, or etc., you know, I don't want mockery or backseating. If I need advice, I will ask for it. Second, was there even a second thing? Why did I approach this as a numbered list? I think I only had that prepared to say. Oh boy. Yeah. This will be... I will consider these Stormblood post patches a test run to see how I actually do at streaming 14 consistently. Oh, somebody cheered me on. I don't know who you are, but thank you. Can we glamour shame if needed? Is that allowed? Sure. What was I saying? My train of thought kind of derailed. Yes, so once I get to the end of these post patches, I will determine whether I have had enough fun streaming 14 and whether the experience has been good for me and the viewers, and use that to determine whether I'm going to stream all of Shadowbringers, which seems to be the other thing that people really, really want to see out of me. More so than even, like, Endwalker. So yeah, we will decide that after 4.5. And until then, we're just cruising. Okay? Okay. Let's go talk to Lise. So, as a refresher, for those of you who have not played this bit in a while, or who have not played at all, if there are anybody in chat who is not an FF14 fan. I will keep it brief, because I'm not going to summarize 3 expansions. We just got off the liberation of Girabania from the Garleans. We won a big war, yes. We pushed them back, we liberated Raban's homeland. Xenos is dead, quote-unquote. Fordola is captured. Fordola being the morally gray lady of my dreams. And we're gonna presumably continue the fight for Alamigo and Girabania, however that manifests. Let's talk to Lise, shall we? Arenvald's Adventure. I don't know who Arenvald is. I probably do know, but I'm terrible with names.
Come to see how we're getting on?
Thank God you're starting off with a voice cutscene. Yes, also Yotsuyu and Gosetsu are definitely dead. Ignore that they were alive.
There's one big issue we still have to address.
I'm not happy about that, but we'll see. We'll see if they do something with it.
Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here.
Arenvald is a background scion who hung out in the Waking Sands and the Rising Stones. Okay, thank you.
Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
I love you, Minako. I hope you get more to do in the post-patches than you did in actual Stormblood. Same for Lise, but I've been assured that Lise will get something.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion. For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future.
Politics. It's the politics expansion.
But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches. The Reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Remember, FF14 has never been political before Dawn Trail.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you.
Theodoric was a regular poster on our Free Folk. They didn't call him mad for nothing.
Don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me?
Suspicious. Also, the post patches are really good for streaming, I think, because in my experience, they're typically pretty short and contained, with very clear stop and start points.
Might you be interested in a spot of adventure?
Who knows if that will continue?
After all, we were adventurers before we were scions, were we not?
Weird seeing cutscenes in this game where people aren't towering over my coat. Oh yes, I am a row with the height maxed out. You're gonna have to adjust. I'm considering changing to whatever race fucking Yugiri is, but we'll see. Hrothgar,
After routing the Imperials and liberating Alameda,
you misled me. Hrothgar the Lions.
And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots?
Yeah,
So,
Aura look cool.
What say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
Okay. Just a random adventure. I'm sure this won't lead anywhere plot important. Man, I'm really excited actually, because the post patches have been the best part of both Realm Reborn and Heavensward, in my opinion. And I know absolutely shit all about the Stormblood post patches. Right then, let's go and find Master Leveilleur. I can never fucking remember how to pronounce Alphinote's surname. Villeneuve. He's an evil little French child. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte. We'll be along shortly. See you there. So, are they gonna open with a dungeon? I know there's one dungeon in here that I'm probably gonna have to run with NPCs. Oh yes, I'm aware that Warrior of Darkness was voiced by Gendry. He did a great job. Where am I running? Oh, yes. I was actually running the right way for once. I just kind of set off in a random direction while I was talking. I am feeling pretty good today. I would not be streaming FF14 if I wasn't. And I don't know why I'm feeling great, because I went to bed with a headache and got like 6 hours of sleep. Her mount has no music, tisk tisk. His music is Heavensward. It's all of Heavensward. I think anytime Midgardsormr pops up, it should just start playing the entire audio track of the Heavensward expansion. Like the entire script of the B-movie. Oh god, Alphanode. I'm not going to do character voices. I am not versatile enough for that. Greetings, Rebecca. 'Twould seem we are to accompany Ehrenwald on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Rhalgr's Reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. He's just Aerys Targaryen. It's very transparent. Aerys II Targaryen, specifically, if you want to get nerdy with it. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it's said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. I believe I see the direction of our adventure is to take. I assume you have in mind to unearth this hidden bounty. You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming this legend is widely known? Others must have surely gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down, in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come. The legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that, a legend. Will we find the finished manuscript of Tiwao in there? We will find a very sad-looking George R.R. Martin hunched over his ancient computer that he apparently types on one finger at a time. And he will turn to us and say, "Not this time. Not this time." Gurm is working on High School of the Dead at the moment. Yes. The only HOTD that matters. I still haven't seen Season 2 of House of the Dragon. I'm completely talking out of my ass. Don't mind me. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. Thank you for humoring my heroic muteness, everyone. I have learned the emote box, apparently. Okay. Let's see what's up with the darkness below. News of Doma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the Imperial province of Dalmasca has risen up in rebellion. I know that name. Don't believe Ondor's lies. Which means the Garleans must surely have their hands. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Ehrenfald, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't likely to get us anywhere. So, we'll probably need to ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied Archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. Howdy, Dose. We're basically just starting. You've barely missed anything. Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncover the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you'll be looking for people who would have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful. So be sure to listen well. Fun fact, Damascus steel actually came from Iran and India, not Damascus. That is a fun fact, Fuqued. Why do they call it Damascus steel, then? Ehrenwald, pray try your luck on the fringes and the peaks, whilst Rebecca makes the rounds in the Alamegan quarter. Ha, and there I was thinking... I thought that was a slash for a second, so it really threw me off. Here I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. But let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate. Damascene had better PR agents, I guess? That makes sense. I'm gonna assume that's the real and true reason. Okay. To Alamigo proper we go. A zone that is unlocked bizarrely late into Stormblood for an expansion that is entirely about Alamigo. I have myriad complaints about the pacing of base Stormblood, but I have said them many a time. I won't repeat myself. It's because it sucks. It's no Ul'dah, that's for sure. I love my grungy, scummy, horrible Lalafell city. I haven't actually been to Ul'dah in a minute. Oh, you're right. I didn't get flying in this last area because I was so close to the end. I'll probably do that after I log off stream. Yeah, I'll go around getting ether currents. It's kind of tedious, but I do like that they don't run into the WoW problem of needing to design maps around flight. Because they actually can rely on you to walk around. Oh, Posthumus just looked it up. We don't know why it's called Damascus Steel, but it could be because swords were sold in great numbers in Damascus. That makes some sense. That does make some sense. Why you guys just have mobs on the stairway of your main city, just letting them take pot shots at me? You probably should have cleared that out. The wrong way. Fortunately, they can't really do anything to me. Those mobs aren't there anymore. This fight took place in the past. I believe it. The flow of time is convoluted in Eorzea, etc., etc. When are you gonna level up? When I have money for a fucking sub. Eh? Wait, am I actually supposed to... I thought I was going into the city. Oh. I wasn't zoomed... Okay, I wasn't zoomed in enough to actually see the ether crystal. That was pointless. Now we're in this mediocre city. In the palace? No, not me, lass. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up on the Divine Audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown is flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. Hi? Did you jump me in the game? Dose? Is that why you're saying hi? Is this you? Because if not, I'm just running circles around a random stranger. That is dose. Okay, cool. You just doxed your FF14 character. Oh no. You want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Aye, well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge, so it's useless. We'd only see His Royal Majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered. And after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered to work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. I can mount up in here, actually. I doxed him. You can turn off names. Bad streamer. Can't believe this. So someone's gonna come and burn down your free company house now. I served with the pleasure of King Theodoric and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which, of course, we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell's bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Ernold. He was the king's head scribe. Actually, I'm going to hide my chat log. For cleanliness of UI's sake. I like having it up when I'm just playing by myself, but... how do I do that? HUD layout? Yes. Or... wait. UI element. I don't know what one it is, or how to disable it. I've literally never messed with the chat, except I think maybe to make it smaller. Oh, it's not in UI? What is it under? Square on the speech bubble. Oh, is that simple? Oh. Well, what do you know? But now it's slightly asymmetrical, oh god. I'll adjust. Becca, I'm an ARR and I knew that. Listen. Listen. Yes, I am Ernold. What do you want with me? You'd have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public execution of... public executions of his kinsmen. Brecca didn't learn how to repair gear until Stormblood. That's not true. That is explicitly not true. He's just fucking with you. Don't believe Ondor's lies. Those were terrible enough. But in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were fortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. Resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace, to be mobs in a dungeon. Even now my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. Y'all, I think FF14 might draw some inspiration from the writings of George R. R. Martin. It's only just becoming clear to me now. Voice cutscene? No. It's never a voiced cutscene with this song. This was also written in prime Game of Thrones time. Oh yeah. Real time capsule. When people actually cared. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin, then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures and found precisely none. Nobody can ever find useful information except for me. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself. But I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist, or the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what of you, Rebecca? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Turned into monsters? What could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Alagir who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said not of cursed abominations. Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning her a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Rebecca? Hey, Duke, welcome. This do be Stormblood, born blood brothers. Actually, as you will learn from the title of the stream, it is Storm of Becky, born of Becky. If he was afraid, then that does lend credence to the tale. I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Earl's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden. By the way, I always have to check, but how's audio in-game compared to my mic? Because the music is so loud in my ears. I hope y'all can hear me just fine. All good? Audio's good? Cool. Sick. But ere I share my theory, there is a matter I would clarify. Music is a bit loud, but the balance is good. Maybe I'll turn down the music specifically, because it is kind of blasting my ears right now. Ehrenwald, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. Oh boy. More racial issues. Music is trying to distract you from thinking about how stupid Ehrenwald's tattoo is. I've seen worse. I'm a Cody Rhodes fan. As I grew, she would check my brow. Oh. Sorry, I was not prepared to read those words aloud. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye. Okay, so not the shape of the brow we're checking. Like the kind you see in pure-blood Garleans, my mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. Well, goddamn, Ehrenwald. I've never given you thought, but that's very sad. Ah. Oh, he's just holding the knife, I thought. Okay. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. Oh hey, it's the character who doesn't matter anymore. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Ehrenwald exclusively listens to 3 Days Grace in Lincoln Park. Well, I mean, he just said, animal I have become. I think that gives us some inclination towards his musical tastes. Thank you, Ehrenwald, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall. But I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Rebecca, are you content to surrender the treasure to Ehrenwald's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's trove, if you are minded to hear it. Oh, a coffer. I'm gonna forget to pop this immediately. I assume I want defending or slaying. I don't know, should I get stuff for Dragoon or should I get stuff for Dancer, since I'm probably gonna spec into that next? Slaying for Dragoon? Okay. Well, there's no maiming here is the thing. Yeah, so I'm gonna... Slaying. Aiming is Dancer, okay. Yeah, I'll just get more Dancer gear once I can trade and shit like that. Or tomestones, yeah. Oh my gosh. Hello. I'm your giant bird. Oh, excuse me, my throat is very scratchy. It's probably good that I have not attempted to stream a visual novel or anything like that, because, man, they're not kidding about extended reading being tiring on the throat. Rebecca's doxing me. Your name is the same as your name in Twitch. It's fine. It's fine. Mayhap it would be better if we first adjourned to a more suitable location. In case our rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean. Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld. Okay, so first of all... You gotta have a co-host to stream a VN. Oh, absolutely. And unfortunately, my streaming setup right now is not conducive to that, but... Streamed all of Paradise Killer and I was dying. I was tricked into thinking he had more voice work. Oof. Oof. Paradise Killer has just the right amount of voice work to, like, be awkward. I'd say maybe, like, 30% of it is voiced. Great game, but, man. You can also do the pat thing and summarize every line. I'm not a book talker, thank you. Okay, what was I doing? I was adjusting music, right. 10% maybe? It's been a minute since I have played Paradise Killer. I don't quite remember. There we go. I thought it was system configuration, but I had to make sure. BGM. Let's turn you down to like 85. That seems good. Play more music so I can actually listen to my setting. Oh well. Okay, we're going to Loxeld. Okay, just leave out here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds like an appropriate music volume. Go away. I need to do story. Can't get me if I swim, motherfucker. Oh wait, you're a fish. You are literally a creature of water. Never mind. The locks are a really neat zone. I actually think the cities are the least interesting part of the locks. But I like the ambiance of the exterior. Is there water combat in later expansions? I thank God there's not. It's tricky enough just swimming. But yeah, my low bar for map design sucking ass in this game is the Ruby Sea. So... Oh, what was that? I guess I will see when I get out of dialogue. Forgive me, 'twas not my intention to draw proceedings. I simply wish to have the lock in sight while I explain things. Prior to the great flood of the sixth unwell calamity, the salt lakes you see before... salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines, and this, I believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the 5th Astral Era. For what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by the war. Yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loxeld. Alphanode, you're getting your stockings all wet. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. You're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge is involved, we can safely assume that any entrance to the old city will have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and the gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove. We, however, have certain advantages that they did not enjoy. Rebecca, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the lock and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Ehrenwald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. Yeah, okay, so I think I'm gonna do this dungeon pretty early. That's good. Gets it out of the way. OMG, Battle Trumpets is requesting to be my friend. Fuck that, loser. Okay. So, ruins on the 1st floor. I am toxic. You'll greatly find. Wow. Oh man. I'm such a sucker for sunken architecture. I'm a sucker for most things related to the ocean and large bodies of water, but like flooded cities and ruins and shipwrecks and shit. It's my jam. Is your mount underwater? Huh. Aren't you scared of the ocean, though? I am very much not scared of the ocean. Well, that's complicated. Ocean-based horror does work on me very well. But I'm magnetically drawn to the water. You discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. I will... Yes, Stasis Bone Totem is on my list, Queequeg. I may put that into consideration for Spooky Month. Just maybe. It's behind Ad Infinitum on my priorities for horror games to stream, but we'll see. Come to a worn stone door standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance into the subterranean ruins. Rebecca, it's Alphanode. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a teleportation portal concealed by enchantments. The markings indicate it leads to an underground cavern. What news on your end? And you believe it leads into the ruins? Then I dare say we will be able to meet within. Go on and head through the door. By the way, I took the liberty of calling on a friend for help. I guarantee she's both dependable and discreet. We'll see you soon. Drowned City of Scotland now accessible. Okay. First full dungeon I will be streaming since the Vault in Base Heavensward. Now, the question is, do I want to run this with NPCs, or do I want to run this with people? I've never done anything with NPCs, so I'm not sure how well that's going to work, but it's... I don't know. How... Those of you who have played, how difficult is this dungeon? Roughly speaking. NPCs are good but slow. Fortunately, I'm bad and slow. So they should complement me very well. You know what? For the sake of trying and seeing how it works, let's go for the NPCs. Whomst the fuck is Jamoldva? Okay. Everyone prepare for a catastrophe. And remember my ground rules. Jamoldva. This is a cool remix. So you guys gonna follow me, or are you gonna run ahead? Looks like they're following me, okay. Oh, okay. You attack without my triggering. Gotcha. I'm not used to hearing characters talk while I'm doing this. I'm also pressing buttons just a little bit slower than normal, I realize, because I'm also talking. That feels weird. Okay. This is gorgeous. This is a very pretty dungeon right now. I can say that much. I don't know, you guys got anything to talk about while I'm pecking these salamanders to death? I don't know that I've done anything lately. I feel like I felt since the Dead Space stream that there was something I wanted to bring up on stream. But I cannot remember what for the life of me. Just thinking about Canis, TBH. You should always be thinking about Canis. I really need to finish Lost Belt 6. Jamoldva better than Alphanode. Interesting take. Would you like to defend it in a court of law? Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oh well.
Release!
His name is Jamoldva, it has an A in it. Oh, it's a he? I assumed from the character portrait that it was a lady. I apologize if I misgendered Jamoldva. Oh, you misgendered Jamoldva. Dang. So-called biggest Jamoldva fan over here. Problematic dose, banned from chat. Yeah, I think the next dungeon I run on stream, I am going to recruit some people. This is a much slower pace than I'm used to going. That's probably partly or mostly on me, but, you know. Horse! Water horse. Now, is there anything special I need to know about this boss?
To the House of Levier!
Oh, NPCs can't use AoEs as the... Oh, okay, that makes sense. These bosses are very unmemorable, okay. Gotcha. Whoa! That was mildly disorienting. Run where the NPCs go, okay. Okay, you're not targetable. Anybody reading any good books lately? 'Cause I have. Sure, we'll count manga, I guess. Any reading is good reading. Well, I have been reading a novel called Leech by... I have no idea how to pronounce the author's name, but Hiron Ennis, I think? Ennis? It's a gothic horror novel where the main character is a hive mind of linked brains. Can I get in the fucking... okay, I guess I couldn't. Main character is a hive mind of brains controlling a bunch of different bodies at once. And engaging in a psychological cold war with a different person controlling parasite. And it's very cool. Highly recommend it so far. It is not by Garth Ennis, no. I believe the author is non-binary. And I'm allowed to say this because I have a million non-binary friends. They always have the weirdest names. Stone fee bad. But yeah, that was Leech. If anybody wants to check that out. Very good book. Obviously only read if you are okay with leeches and other creepy crawlers. When are you gonna read Murakami? When are you gonna read the book I bought you for your birthday? How about that? Right, yes, I'm sorry. I forgot you were illiterate. Rebecca shaming the illiterate on stream. Okay, you guys going for that one first? Define illiterate. He is not actually illiterate, Squeakwag. He's just a biatch. I recently learned... You know what, this is something worth saying. I recently learned that old, that scare stat about how 1 in 5 Americans is illiterate is not actually correct. Because it's also accounting for people who don't speak English. It's only counting English literacy rates. And I also think it discounts Braille as literacy.
Down with you!
Which is kind of fucked. Literacy rates in America are still not great, but they are very slightly better than 1 in 5. Remember, if you're blind, you don't know how to read. Away with you. Been on Twitter, it's way worse than 1 in 5. Well, going on Twitter was your first mistake. Just needs to know if I'm a bigot or not. Can somebody point out a spreadsheet for me? Okay, Queequeg, how do you feel about Italians? That's the litmus test. Do you think we should all be sent back to Ellis Island? Vaguely suspicious and hilarious, that's correct. I wonder if it would go faster if I just honed in on a single enemy at a time, since they are not using their AoEs. Since if I'm doing an AoE all by myself, it's basically just doing scratch damage while they're all... Yeah, you know what, I'll see what happens if I focus down whoever they're fighting. Maybe that'll make it go a little faster. Would be nice if y'all just targeted whoever I was targeting, but we can't have nice things.
Leave it to me!
They always focus off the guy you're targeting? Huh. That seems counterintuitive. I guess it works. I'm not dead. But we got 2 bosses left. Speak of the devil. Oh, it's one of you. I've seen this design in a million places. The old one.
Away with you!
Okay, this seems obvious. Watch this be the terribly wrong thing to do. Yeah, on future streams, Dungeons and Trials, I would appreciate having somebody to crush it. Or at least somebody on par with me. Like, this is molasses compared to what I was expecting. It's probably fine if I'm just running a dungeon by myself, because then it's like I can just go at my leisure, but if I'm on stream, then I want to get to the story. Yes, I know you offered yesterday. I turned you down. I thought, what? Okay. Does this do anything? Okay. Well, the boss is at half health, I'm gonna assume I did something right. Oh my god. Seems like bosses actually go way easier with NPCs than normal enemies. Which is puzzling. I really expect it to be the opposite. Oh god. Bosses are piss easy even solo? Huh. Well, okay. There. Okay, 1 second. Grab the treasure. Now we can go in here. And I'm gonna assume can't just run past or go wall to wall because NPC behavior. I did see the guy, yeah, I saw the guy who's doing all of FF14 solo. It's incredibly impressive. He's definitely not going to be able to do the whole thing. But I'm curious to see how far he can possibly get. Not going to be able to do Susanoo EX. Is he doing all of the, like, optional raids and stuff, or is he just doing... I thought he was just doing the MSQ. Because I know he got past Susanoo, standard. This doesn't seem trustworthy. Let's try it. Okay, I guess it was nothing. He's doing all the optional stuff. Insanity. crazy person, even. This way? No. Yes, this way. Or not. Or yes. Well, yeah, I guess. Nope, I was running backwards. I got tripped up by two identical pathways. Becca GPS at work, it's inevitable. It's part of why I'm scared to play tank, even though I really like the tank classes I have. I don't do great at leading a party directionally. And even if people already know where to go, I still feel like I have a responsibility to be out in front, you know? Keep moving forward, Rebecca, Sasageo. Until every mob is destroyed. Which may take 10 years at this pace. Oh, it's a tiny version of the boss we just fought. How quaint. It would probably be really relaxing to do an NPC dungeon run while listening to like a podcast or something. I don't know. So slow. Oh, it might just be ARR, but it's incredibly boring. How far did you get in ARR, Dark Pressure? Because most of ARR's dungeons, as a rule, are very bland. I assume with or without NPCs. You're in post-patch? Christ, I don't even want to imagine doing the final dungeon of Realm Reborn with NPCs. It's a marathon with friends. It takes way too long. Okay, what do you got? Rodnik Poison Tongue. Ideally, you will be much quicker, given you're a boss. And I'm going to assume you have some kind of poison. Perhaps on your tongue. Oh, I was looking at chat. Oh god. What happened? I glanced away for a second and there was a runaway prompt. What? Huh? But you just kick us back to the fucking... Was that death or was that, like, you got teleported back to the start? That was unclear. That was death? That's what happens if you die with NPCs, huh? Well. That's problematic. Was that just because it was a party wipe, or is that what happens if I die? Because I would figure somebody has to be on hand as like a healer and reser, right? Okay, no, it's just because I died. It's Paper Mario rules. I'll bear that in mind. Okay. Well, I've been running this dungeon for like half an hour. Let's see how much... See how much that, lengthens. The dramatic Stormblood boss theme over the quiet runback is very funny. Okay. Do it. Okay. No glancing at chat this time. Is that far away enough? As far away as I can get. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Oh, it's on me. Yeah.
Away with you!
Okay, I think this is probably fine. If this is about the long and short of what you have mechanically, then... at least they know how to do the mechanics correctly. They've got that going for them. Away from me. Sometimes Ollie will do an RDM backflip into a stack marker and just die. That sounds really funny. If you find a clip of that that's not spoilery, let me know.
Away with you!
Not gonna wipe me this time. Oh no, I'm sure the final boss, second to last boss of Endwalker wouldn't be that big of a spoiler. Anyways, we did it. That was ungodly long. I will definitely be enlisting people next time there's a dungeon. Fortunately, I think the pattern with post-patches has been that there's only ever one dungeon or trial, usually. So the rest of this should be pure narrative. Why do I look so sad now? My character usually doesn't look so crestfallen. Has no more duty to do. She really loved running Sunken City of Scala. It's her favorite.
It would appear this place is yet inhabited by
Thank you,
King
voice
Theodorec's
actor.
kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Yeah, the NPCs seem super reliable, just slower than I would like for a streamed playthrough.
Quite.
I might use them in a pinch
12,
if
that
I
is
get
even
to like
more than I
streaming
imagined.
Shadowbringers or whatever, and there's nobody around to help, but yeah. Would like to have people. For speed purposes.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
We did it. We had a nice, fun, simple adventure. Now the question will be, what the fuck did this have to do with anything? Perhaps we'll find out. Arnvald and I tried to do our fair share, but I fear you ended up bearing the bulk of the burden as usual. Well, I wouldn't have had to if you guys would pop your fucking AoEs. You truly led the way with your adventuring prowess, my friend. Without your help, I reckon we'd still be fumbling about in the dark. Glad I called on you. I must say, I am still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What, like how you reeled at the sight of that floating specter, you mean? I wish you could have seen the look on your own face, Alpha Node. Ha 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 ha. Lore-wise, Jamoldva just can't become a Dragoon, so she has to stay a Lancer. Yeah, that's a good reason for not possessing a fucking Jobstone. Good a reason as any. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. What do you got to say for yourself, Jamoldva? When Arnvald asked me to lend my spear, I didn't imagine I'd be for such an adventure. I'm grateful for the chance to be a part of it. The Butcher's Blood, huh? Okay. Let's hope. Let's imagine for a second that nothing bad happens. Give me 1 minute. Okay. Right. Back to it. Jamoldva has more in 1.0 and then is a minor character in ARR and Stormblood. Jamoldva's a 1.0 character, huh? Fascinating. 1.0 is such alien territory in my brain. I can barely imagine most of it. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news, and I think Lee should be the first. Seconded, she is bound to be delighted. If I am no longer needed, then I shall take my leave. Of course, don't let us keep you. Thanks again, and say hello to Vima for me. Now then, there is to be a meeting of representatives from all across Alamigo, so Lise is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? May we perhaps now get back to politicking and the consequences of our actions? It was a fun little treasure hunt, but I don't know. I'm very interested in the aftermath of all the things that we did for the revolution. Tell me things, Lise. And tell me them with your voice. You're not gonna be voiced. It's never voiced with this music. Knew it. Oh? You three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna like the answer. How long have I been streaming? Oh, nearly an hour and a half, wow. And I'm gonna guess I'm not that far into the patch in terms of number of quests. I don't know, I don't remember how many quests were before that dungeon, but that was a very early dungeon. Not really, no? Okay. Well, hopefully, I mean, I would like to finish each patch in one sitting, but we'll see if that's doable, given the time that was blown by my want to test out the NPCs. 9 more quests? Oh, okay. Alright, if they're on the shorter side, then that shouldn't be too bad. You're joking. The Mad King's Trove? I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Rebecca and Alphanode in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it go towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Wow, what a fucking bleeding heart over here. Can't take any treasure for ourselves because of woke. Gods, if there's as much as you say. Ehrenwald did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Woke Lamont is ruining Stormblood. I choose to believe that Lise is actually Wook Lamont wearing a human skin suit until I am proven wrong. See, the sun just rose over Lise right as I said that. That's proof. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. There's one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphanode. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing our... I need water, hang on. Throat too scratchy. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphanode. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Alphanode's a very tiny man. Commander, we got a problem. Deep breaths, tell me what happened. Oh? Mobs gathered outside headquarters and they've started making demands. You best come and see for yourself. Here we go. Now the story's starting. Once again, he's 16. Once again, we need to remember the age of consent in this channel. I refuse to believe the claim...
all of you!
Ooh, voice. I refuse to believe the claim that all of the expansions take place in less than a year. Refuse. Just like I refuse to believe Oda when he says that outside of the time skip, less than a year's time has passed in One Piece.
Like
It's
hell's
wrong
we will.
and it's
We
false.
know who you've got in there.
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on?
So they want Fordola. They want to lynch Fordola,
Someone
I'm
let
guessing.
slip about Fordola.
Yep. We get
It's
more
true, then.
Fordola
The
content.
bitch really is in there. I knew it. I bloody knew it. We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Please don't kill my favorite character in
That
Stormblood.
monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
She might have done that.
Aye, and my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
She might have... Listen. In her defense, she was discriminated against.
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your
That
resistance
makes it okay.
friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
She is also very hot, yes.
So that's what all the fuss is about.
Raban!
Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees.
Sorry, I got distracted. I saw y'all talking about Fordola, and I just saw Queequeg say I like it when she screams at my penis. I completely derailed me.
But I ask you, brothers and sisters,
Agreed,
to
though.
think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live.
I don't know if
Where
this
were
is
they
such a...
taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers.
Okay, maybe this is an alright way to convince them.
I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves, and for generations yet unborn.
Can't believe Raban is a dirty Garlean sympathizer. By the by, I just glanced at my stream over on my laptop. Is my brightness just weird, or is the gamma on my game actually like kind of fucked? Because it's much darker on Twitch than it looks on my TV. I don't know if that's a problem for you guys. On my TV, it looks perfect, but like, I've noticed this happening with a couple of games that I've streamed. Not all of them, which is weird. It's fine, it feels fine. Okay. Yeah, I mean, as long as you guys can see, like, what is happening, It looks very dark to me. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you, Raban.
Our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
Yay, woo. Yeah, I mean, I like that he opened with the pragmatism.
Right. I do, but I can't.
And instead of immediately going for the moral jab. We kind of do need to know all of what Fordola knows. I want one of them to just run through the door with a suicide vest, like... One person's gotta just not listen. He's just a real smooth talker. Now back to low budget. Played Judgment last week and that particular image is hitting me. I'm struggling to recall what... Oh, no, never mind. I remember what happened in Judgment that would, yeah. Man, the last act of Judgment's so fucking good. Oh, I love it. It's probably my favorite final act in any of the Yakuza games. The only real competition is literally the next Judgment game, which is also incredibly strong, but I think Judgment 1 just barely beats it out. My thanks, Raban. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. Oh no, I got the hiccups. Hang on. Raban's speech so good it gave me hiccups. 'Twas that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to a victory. Now the war is over, all the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, and it's not just here, we've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. Is that how Xenos is gonna come back? Rage over everybody pissing on his grave? I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. Woke. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. That doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. And yes, in response to the Shinzo Abe thing, he does show up in 6. They don't name him. You only see him from the jaw down, but it's clearly meant to be him. And he is not painted in a very good light. It's great. We've even invited the Ananta and the Kikern to participate. Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt the proceedings. Let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago, I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated? Yes. And everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left. We'd be no better than Theodoric and Xenos. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, aye, unforgivable things, but in some ways she's a victim of circumstances in which she was born, and that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. Can I come? Can I tag along because I'm the hero? I want to talk to Fordola. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends, she will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. I'm gonna miss hearing the Stormblood music when Stormblood's over. I hope Shadowbringers tops it. But I'm gonna really miss that leitmotif. Give the commander's permission to enter, then. Okay, I see a lot of people saying Shadowbringers definitely tops it. That's good. I'm glad. Fordola, Fordola, Fordola. There she is.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you?
Her voice is so hot. Especially when she's angry.
Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it! You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away!
I don't know. I don't really have a sense for what she does want anymore. She didn't seem like an especially happy person. Even when she was in power.
I see you, Fordola. I see you for what you are.
Oh, it's my anime flashback powers. How fucked is this gonna be? Because the last Fordola flashback was pretty fucked. Oh no, she's a child. This is gonna be rough.
Come along, Fordola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right!
She sacrificed everything to win a better life for the Almegans, only for us to win the revolution she had told herself was impossible.
Nice?
Yeah.
Are you friends?
I genuinely think she might just want to die at this point. Like, I don't think Aaron Vald has the right of it. I hope
There
she
you
doesn't
go
die.
again with all your questions.
But she has done
Lord Gaius is
a
a
bit.
great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
She has done a bit in the name of collaboration for a goal that never ultimately came to pass. Or came to pass in the exact way she didn't think it could.
Filthy tinhead lovers.
Ma'am, I just want to say your dress is fabulous. I would like to obtain it.
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh?
Uh-oh.
A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
Don't call my dad a bastard.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
You can say whatever you want about my
Oh,
mom.
but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Oh, she's alone. Oh, no. Oh, God.
Fadola!
Traitors!
Oh, no. Yeah, here come the stones. Literally just what they were talking about.
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
This part of the
Soldiers
story
the
rocks.
Imperial
Shut
Army
up.
are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of army.
Ah, great.
We're citizens. We have rights.
Something, something. Cops have no legal right to help, legal obligation to help people.
I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive.
I don't think throwing your lot in with the people who literally are watching you be stoned to death was the right call.
Traitors!
But, like, hindsight's 20/20, I get it, man.
Traitors!
Oh, that's a big rock. Oh god, that's the big rock. That's the rock you don't want.
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Oh. Oh. That guy wanted to help. They're not all sociopaths. He could have maybe tried a little sooner, but oh well. I could definitely see the comparison to
Fadola, please.
American
You
soldiers
already
in
have citizenship.
post-war
Why would
Japan,
you want
yeah.
to become a soldier?
I only made the cop comparison because of the direct, one-to-one statement. Yeah. As a what's the word? As a broad theme, it's clearly more like colonial than, yeah. Anyway. Damn, she became hot.
Oh, gods. What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
by telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones.
They'll respect me if I work within the system.
Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
See, yeah, I really think the thing with Fordola and the skulls is, like, some of the most fascinating, like, thematic material in Stormblood. And I really wish they had spent more time on that in base Stormblood, so I'm glad they're doing that here. Like, it's a stupid plan. It's a plan that is doomed to failure, obviously, from inception. But I can absolutely understand why, and
So,
it's a choice that
you mean to play the part one last
many,
time,
many people have made
the
throughout
unrepentant
history.
traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
And, like, obviously, there were myriad showcases in base Stormblood of the fact that it never ever worked out for her. Like, not once. Even when Fordola had the utmost power, she never had any respect. So, I don't know, has she internalized that? You can't see, but I'm shrugging.
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
Low tier Ehrenwald.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past? And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they?
I mean, kinda. Your memories are very neatly formatted to give us an idea of your narrative weight, ma'am.
Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
Uh-oh. Huh? Hey, remember Xenos? He's a silly little guy. She flashback to me? That was what was happening?
You.
Damn, girl.
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone.
Yeah, but I'm built different.
The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting.
The fetch quests.
Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
Fear the Warrior of Light canonically has severe brain damage. Yeah, that's my favorite explanation. for why I'm such a mute weirdo. Ooh. I've been saying this a lot, so I'm going to stick to the ARC words.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
If you play the monk job quest, NPCs respond to you as if you're speaking literal caveman at them. I remember. I did a couple of those before I spec'd back onto Dragoon. It was very silly. I should go back to monk at some point. It was fun. But there's just so many other jobs that I want to do. There's never enough time. MMO too big. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least. Aye, and I've found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Rebecca, but the visions only come to me every now and then. And the way Fordola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who is born with the Echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the Liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? She saw us gathering all that food for the fucking... was it Titan? I think it was Titan. Doing all that stupid shit. She's like, I can never match your suffering. It used to literally be 3 times longer. Oh yes, I'm well aware that I played the far streamlined and user-friendly version. Release Realm Reborn sounds like a goddamn nightmare. General Alden is inside. Aye, will you be joining him? This is a room. Release the Realm before Reborn, give us 1.0. So I genuinely think there is some amount of merit in maybe making a very condensed core plot points only version of the 1.0 story into like a prologue kind of thing. But it's probably not all that valuable in the grand picture, especially since most of what 1.0 is relevant to is like most directly coils, and a lot of people just don't do coils even though it's necessary. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it? Yes, as suspected, she didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Ehrenwald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? We've been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance if you have time to lend a hand. Okay. The device in which Kryl was held seems even more ominous now that you know its purpose. Surrounding pods are marked Supply Subject, while this one bears the label Master Subject. My god, they were trying to turn everybody into Kryl. Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupants, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. Oh, it's back that way, okay. Idle conversation prohibited. Eating and drinking prohibited. Fallen scrap parchment appears to list facility regulations, but nothing of any interest. What else is there? Plain investigation. So many bodies, every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show signs of... Sorry, are those all... Those are all corpses. Ah. I see. I didn't quite get that from a visual standpoint. Few show signs of any external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. Report to Raban. Shit got fucked. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Rebecca, shall we start with you? Don't worry about the corpses. We're talking about impregnating a 35-year-old gilf. What? I have not... Okay, I have missed some things in chat, evidently. I was too busy examining the horrors of human experimentation. Taken in combination with the testimonies of Kryl and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from the multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide a model upon which they could artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo. I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. Oh yeah, it's just cyber new types, isn't it? And it's fits because Fordola is a perpetually angry and slightly unstable lady. Just like all the best Gundam girls. Is labeling the Lalafell coffins fun-sized in poor taste? It's here or there. I think it's okay if you play as a Lalafell for a month as penance. Soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. There's a sentry at her door night and day. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past. Remember that Xenos also put the echo in himself at the end, so he was probably getting constant flashbacks and not giving a fuck? Well, if anybody could handle it. If literally anybody in this cast could handle it. It's Kefka over there. You don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Ysayle was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Hraesvelgur's past. Fordola had been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. Damn, Raban. You're not wrong. Damn. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the Echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these gods-forsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish, not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. Oh, over 2 hours in. Wow, I didn't even notice. Some long-ass cutscenes. Good ones, but long. Very dense. I go looking for answers about the Echo and end up getting schooled by Raban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. Although more of the Stormblood story really probably should have been about Raban. Just saying. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority, and how much I still have to learn. I'll tell you what, Lise has seemed more like the main character of Stormblood in this patch so far than she ever actually did in Stormblood base. I'm not opposed to it. My number one complaint with her is that I wanted her to be more of a character. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? There's a quandary which countless refugees now face, to continue the life they built in Ul'dah, or to start again in the land of their birth. Rebecca, a moment. Yeah, Pippin! Raban's tiny son. I love you. Best boy, unironically. One of a handful of good Lalafels. I love you, tiny son. Excuse me. I'm just overcome with emotion on seeing Pippin. I am newly returned from Ul'dah with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Okay. Nanamo. We're gonna see her again, I guess. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. I was just remarking earlier on the fact that I had not been to Ul'dah in a million minutes. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of our consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. What do you mean, one of the good ones? Listen. Listen. Yes, we'd all like to know about those Alpha Node, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Rebecca. Rebecca hated me when I played Lalafell. Okay, when Adorabelle and Vinpachi over here played Lalafell, he was running around doing jumping emotes, asking everybody for uppies. It was hilarious. However, I could not get away from him fast enough. It was very funny, though. A sultana's strings. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasures to good use shows no signs of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Ehrenwald? At your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins and start preparing for the big meeting. Send Nanamo my regards, Rebecca. And ours too, if you please. We shall see on your return. If we're gonna see... if we're gonna see Nanamo again. I wish you were here to do the voice, Pachi. Alas. I can't do it. I can't do Nanamo. Queen Nanamo! I can't. I can't hit the notes. Then I'm not going to try and publicly embarrass myself further than I already have. Oh man, I haven't been here in ages. It feels so good. My homeland. The place where I started. The place where everybody who starts FF14 should start, because it bookends narratively with A Realm Reborn perfectly. That's my hot take. It's literally the best start place for the story. Because it gives you more time with Thancred up front, and that's important. It gives you more time with the Ul'dah plot that is very important for the post-patches, and then turns out to not be important at fucking all in Heavensward. It's good. There's a lot of narrative symmetry. Redania gives you more time with Papalimo. I did like Papalimo. Alas. More Ida and Papalimo? Well, when would Ida ever be important to the story? You're expected, my lady. Please proceed. Nanamo! You should have died at the end of Realm Reborn.
Thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy. The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel.
Remember when you got poisoned, bitch? Except not really.
I speak of Rauban and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Ul'dah home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo.
How many quests do I have after this, by the way?
Now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo.
6? Jesus.
And retaking his place at my side.
I've really only gone through 3 quests since the last time I asked? I guess the cutscenes have been obscenely long. Well, I would like to... I would like to do the whole thing in one. After this, it's 5 more, okay. Is any of them a trial? Or anything like that? Like a trial, not like a solo instance.
I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend.
One of them is a solo duty. Okay, that's fine. I can handle solo duties just fine. We'll probably be going for a 3-hour stream then.
But I have known the man a long time.
I was prepared for that. I started early.
I spied a flicker of doubt.
I just hope y'all are.
Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Ul'dah or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure?
Nanamo adventure? We're going on adventures with everybody. Every character we
Wonderful.
haven't talked to or thought about in an expansion.
Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Are we gonna get swimsuit Nanamo? Oh, outside the quicksand. God, where? I don't even remember how to get back to the quicksand. Oh, wait, no, the quicksand was the bar, okay. Right, yes. I remember. The tavern, I should say. Nanamo! What are you wearing? That's cute. Perchance you remember Lilira, the merchant's daughter. This is the persona I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls to observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papa Shan would accompany me, but for this particular outing I need an advisor, not a minder. That is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now let us be on our way. Our first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the Gate of Nald. Is this the Gate of Nald? Yes, it is. I remember how to navigate. Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugees camp in squalor at the mercy of the elements and Thanalan's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is. And unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee would ever hope to afford a dwelling in Ul'dah. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity, yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. Your hands have been tied, Your Grace. Yes, my authority is limited, and there is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Teleji Adeleji. He's back, y'all. Shall we press on? I will follow the road to the unholy hair. Speed. It was here, this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thanalan when an untimely rock slide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Raban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even my parents' death were orchestrated by the Monetarists. We could only have brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach, until Raban cut one of them in half. And it was really sick. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think of how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivete. But I am no longer a child reciting words of witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the monotonous, damnable games. Forgive me my outbursts. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Ul'dah and visit the Colosseum. Back to it. Has anyone else gotten tricked into seeing fan art of people's Warrior of Lights and thinking they're real characters and not OCs? Star Pressure, are you saying my OC is not a real character? How dare you? This is the canonical Warrior of Light. The one and true. I should probably warp to the Colosseum, actually. But per your question, yes, that has happened to me many a time. I try not to look at much 14 fan art, just for spoiler reasons, but yeah, it happens. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed where I was told to sign and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter of my life, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Raban. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I could not stand for so obvious an injustice, and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Raban to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did. And when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. But as you know, Raban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the blood sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the syndicate. And then I had my blade. How sweet. Oh no! She talked too much about backstory. We're having a stroke. I remember when Raban had a second arm. Those were good times. Sick. They're all sleeping, it's fine. He hit him with the back of the blade. It's all good.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Shah. Raban!
Your Grace, I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine.
Uppies.
With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Ul'dah, and so, as tradition dictates, Raban Aldin, You have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last.
This is a fancy cutscene.
Long
This
live
much
the Sultana,
Lalafell
and
animation
long
is
live
mildly
Ul'dah!
cursed, but it was a very good-looking cutscene. Raban used to give me uppies all day, anytime I asked for it. Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Shan's love for me is that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raban, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge I could cut the strings that bound. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. There we go. I got there. You know, Nanamo seems to like Raban quite a bit, and Raban, his son, is a Lalafell. Just saying. Oh, I clicked too fast. Didn't even look at the quest pop up. Whoops. What are you implying? You know what I'm implying. I'm implying that his friendship with Nanamo gave him great affection for the Lalafell community, and that's why he adopted Pippin, of course. What else would I be implying? Something hamster and banana? We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan Sworn for long, and there are other places I would visit. To the Arzaneth ossuary. Yes, I'm implying that Raban got pregnant by Nanamo, yes. Thank you, you got there. We did it. I'm sure there's art of it. I'm sure. At least one. One Giga Fuda Nanamo X Raban Mpreg Pippin origin story. I'm sorry I just said that combination of words in a row. I'm not sorry, but I figured I should apologize. Things get a little rowdy when I stream for more than 2 hours. We try to keep this family friendly. I'm sorry. When the calamity threatened, Raban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartano, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louis Sois would have the power to rouse the 12. I should have said Loisoix, just to piss people off, but... Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting this shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how... lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. Why am I getting so many hiccups? Usually never happens. Now I'm out of water. If I am to be a Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ul'dah. I have chosen my path, Rebecca. With Alamigo now freed from Imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already, many displaced Alamegans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have made a small contribution, an artisan's school in Rhalgr's Reach, for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time, the Ul'dah Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Talk to the Syndicate. Get out of here, spam bot. Zap him, Queequeg. A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the Syndicate, and he is one of the few who pays refugees a fair wage. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert Manderville? The Mandervilles are in the MSQ now? Okay. Cool. Well, now there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to drop Godbert on all of our enemies and have him solo. Like, whoever the fuck we're fighting next. Then I need not explain his eccentric nature. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should only be too glad to receive us. I am beside myself. I truly never thought the story dimension and the Manderville dimension would cross. I hope Nanamo gets suplexed. I hope. Airship landing. All good, Queequeg. We just learned that Godbert, and thus Hildebrand in general, are canon to the MSQ. I'm shooketh. No, yeah, I know about the bot. Don't worry. Glad you got rid of it. It's fine. It's not like you're gonna damage my channel because you didn't ban them within 1.5 seconds. How the fuck do we get to the airship landing? I don't remember. I'll die if you don't ban them fast enough, yes. Okay, airship landing is... where exactly? I don't know where it is. Somebody help. I have not ridden on the airships since Realm Reborn. Which way should I warp? Second to last warp place? Okay. Alchemist Guild. Wait, is this the... not here? Last warp then? Closer to the Chamber of Rule? Spent enough time running around here, you would think I would know. So, well, time for somebody to look it up and relieve me of my burden. While I attempt to find it on the larger map. Oh. Over here? It's an elevator, apparently. Maybe not this way. Maybe the other way. Airship landing, there we go. Our long national nightmare is over. I have ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess some excitement. My girlfriend has been stuck in the Gold Saucer anytime she turns FF14 on for the past, like, 8 months. So she'll be pleased as punch when this happens. I love you, Gold Saucer. Don't distract me with your joy and merriment. I had heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. Okay, lounges... Which way? Okay, this way. It's kind of weird to see after spending so much time in Rebirth's Gold Saucer. But I do have a lot of affection for this one. Up here. Nanamo! I believe this is where we were to meet Lord Manderville. Shall we sit while we wait his coming? It's him! It's the boy! I'm beside myself. My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. When the intrepid Rebecca Lou and the Sultana herself come calling, there is no more important engagement. Put me in a chokehold. Come on. As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I'm sure, that many of Almigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to the newly liberated homeland. And you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it might best be distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting and Your Grace's... and Your Grace's choice of companion would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. Oh, he's gonna say the gamer words. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Uldah's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. You oppose my proposition? Most emphatically. I agree with Your Grace that the refugees must have housing and employment. What profit is there for Uldah in this arrangement? Profit? After all you have done for Girabani as displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, Your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? I fear any commentary I make on this situation could get perhaps a little spicy. For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, and we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. Oh no, Godbert's a libertarian. And then we must consider Uldah's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture their distant citizens of Alamigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Another fucking viewer bot already? Wow. Big time now. Surely it is not Your Grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill. Indeed, then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, whilst also serving in the interests of the people of Uldah. Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamigans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. I reiterate, gang, FF14 has never been political before Dawn Trail. Dawn Trail got all the politics up in this game. You've given me much to ponder, Lord Manderville. I thank you for your candor. Dawn Trail is actually the least political one in story. But Dose, it's got a trans in it. That's political, don't you know? Sorry, I lost myself for a second. Oh. Prophet, thought never even crossed my mind. But standing about lamenting my naivete will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Rebecca, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult somebody with a knack for business. I would assume we're gonna go ask the guys in not Japan, Kugane. Ordinarily, I would not trust any agent of the East Aldenard Trading Company. If you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Oh, I just turned my fucking phone flashlight on. Trying to answer a text. That's annoying. 1 second. Alright. Hey, Vadragar, welcome. Yes, we're doing patch 4.1 right now. I was told that 4.1 and 4.2 would be a little on the slower side, but that it would then become peak in 4.3, and I decided, you know what? Let's just do it all. And so far, it's been a good time. I think it's been a good stream thus far, besides the molasses pace of the NPC dungeon. I do plan on streaming Shadowbringers if this series of streams is successful, so look forward to that. Eager though I am to visit these shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall wait your report by the Ethrite Nuldah. A fair journey to you, Rebecca, and a swift one, if you please. But yeah, we're gonna continue on till we hit the end of 4.1, and then we'll do 4.2 in one sitting, and so on and so forth. Just got a nice little boost of viewers, that's cool. Thank you to whoever just came in besides Badgergar. Boa Hancock Bros, worst girl. Worst girl in One Piece. Not really. I do like Hancock, but you know, she's no Robin. She has bazongas. So does literally every other woman Oda has ever drawn, ever. Ever. I know I could have warped there, but I really like the atmosphere of Kugane, so I just like to run around it sometimes. Robin, oh, you mean Nami's girlfriend? Yes, I do. Robin and Vivi can share Nami. Because Nami Vivi is too good to pass up. Don't get me started. Wanda can join as well, I guess. I feel less strongly about her than the other three. Personally, I think it should be Kiku who joins. Kiku can be girlfriend number 4. Chalk me up as one of them Kiku should have joined the crew truthers. Greetings, honored madam. Will you be entering the Ruby Bazaar offices? I sure will. Carrot can join any second. Any second now, surely. She's gonna pop out of Bonnie's skin and reveal that she was Bonnie the whole time. Rebecca, what do I owe the pleasure? Are you here on business? I beg your pardon. Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Ul'dah. My dear Rebecca, I have you to thank for this recognition, I am sure. And I am flattered that you came to me, truly flattered. I still don't trust that you're not a secret Littlefinger. But for now, I'll invest in you, I guess. Why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise her Grace than Chairman Lolorito, a man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garter with gold. I didn't need to know. I didn't need to know that. I didn't need to know about Lolorito's exertions. Wait, is that just a Tywin Lannister shits gold reference? I think it might be. I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say, at the Scion's former headquarters in Thanalan. The Waking Sands would seem a suitably neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Fare you well, Rebecca, and may your dealings prove fruitful. Oh boy, so Lolorito gets our old house. How very fun and fair. I love Lolorito. I'm a big fan of Lolorito, famously. The greatest Lalafell who ever walked this earth. Oh, you're just right outside, okay. I sure do wish Lolorito had actually been relevant to the story that was being set up and hadn't just been a giant damp squib. But what can you do? Welcome back, Rebecca. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? With Lolorito, and you agreed to this? I am well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the monetarists at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Ul'dah effectively. Very well, I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go on ahead to the Waking Sands, and I will prepare his coming. I wonder if I still have any of those, ether tickets. I must have a couple, surely. So this is... Oh, wait, we're just here. Okay, thank you. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I've heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. To work, then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have appointed room to ourselves. I sense another long cutscene incoming.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
Were you always dressed like Ida? I don't remember. It's been so long since I've seen you, you little bitch. He always was? Okay. What a weird little asshole. With his plunging cleavage. Oh, I understand.
You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask.
We can trust this guy. He saved Queen Nanamo.
There. Would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I'm glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
Remember when he drugged you?
By all means. I must say I'm most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate.
Whoa! Teleji Adeleji mentioned. What the fuck is a bad Lalafell?
But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar.
I think that's actually shockingly reasonable. That's actually a pretty great compromise.
I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details.
Certainly better than the one I was expecting.
Industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
This is the point at which they should introduce a city builder / real estate manager game. Oh god, I would probably say Alagiri, but my memory of these other two is kind of foggy. I'm gonna go with Alagiri. It's probably wrong. I probably just failed the game.
If a stable trade route can be established between Uldar and Alamigo, then Alagiri would once more become an important waypoint. But while such growth would greatly benefit its current residents, I'm afraid it could sustain little beyond that.
No, my balls are exposed. Live on stream. I don't know anything about real estate. Well, what the fuck were these two? I don't remember. How about the Saltery? You're asking a brain-damaged warrior.
Yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld.
You're asking me about important economic decisions.
I know the Saltery and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gil.
You know, had I been considering that the Saltery had a lot of salt, Yeah, that might have been more obvious. Oh, you got a bounce, Posthumus? Thanks for tuning in. You may want to check out the end of this VOD whenever possible, just for story setup for next time, if you do plan on watching next one.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenard Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this.
I hate how
white
smooth
gold
your forehead
and
is.
wring every last ounce of profit from its production.
I hate you,
The Loch's
Laurito.
bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders. Just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
I don't know about you guys, I thought that was really interesting. I'm a sucker for politics and trade negotiations if they're written well. This is great. This is the kind of thing I've been wanting since the Realm Reborn post patches, when we were supposedly going up against Telegiad. I fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. But I shall not complain. We have piqued Laurito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Rebecca. I could not have done it without you. I'll take the silver. Securing the Saltery. So how close am I to finishing? I've got like 2 quests, right? Is it 2 or 3? Of course, as decided, I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. 3 quests? Oi, okay. I may need a bathroom and water refill break after this dialogue. If I could prevail one more time, Rebecca, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your return to Alamigo. My thanks again. Together, we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Ul'dah both. Okay. Be patient. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back with fresh water for my throat. And then we'll finish up 4.1. Hello. We returned. I am now a refreshed Becca. Rebecca Fresh. I don't know. I don't know. That's nothing. Refresha. There you go. Thank you. I'm too 3 hours into a stream to come up with a simple pun like that. Back to the locks. Three more quests to go. Rebecca, you're back. What did Nanamo... Oh, sorry, are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? So, Raban says he's going to return to Ul'dah, but she isn't sure he wants to. 4.2 and 4.3 are way shorter. I would hope so. That's good to know. Tell us something we don't know. But I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he is the very last person I would expect her to turn to for her advice. But on a more practical note, Lise, assuming the interim government elects to accept Uldah's proposal, I have one caveat I would like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have our fortune at our disposal, after all, and allowing Ul'dah to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorito too much control. Honestly, Alpha Note, it's like Kagane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss this proposal with the Saltery's residents. Viscar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of this idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Rebecca? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. What a nerd. Bringing me along because I'm the main character, and bringing him along because he knows economics. One of these things is not like the other. What? He's all the way over there. All the way over there. Okay. It would be faster to do this. I really need to get those ether currents after this. Don't let me forget. Because I'm gonna guess I'm gonna be going back and forth across these zones quite a bit. I have all of the others, right? Ether currents. Okay, I have all except the peaks and the locks. That's what I thought. You don't really come back here that much, if memory serves, right? Ah, well, still, just in case. What manner of mischief brings you youngins to old Watt this time, huh? You want to rebuild the Saltery, Granddad? Rebecca, tell me about the deal. Bugger me, we've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was. But it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. King used to send soldiers to cull the buggers, but the Imperials weren't ready to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Granddad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. Appreciate that, Whiskar. Truly. I would. So does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, but mostly to kill Imperials. Based. This blade kills fascists. Some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Rebecca? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Let's not waste any time, then. I'll see you by the lock. Okay. Whilst you are busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me what exactly it is required to restore the Sultry to its former glory. Good hunting. Observe a Yabby. What, pray tell, is a Yabby? Right then, Rebecca. I've got a spy class here you can use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well I got on. Search your surroundings for Yabbies. You may need to move magic. Okay. Is that a Yabby? I think that's a Yabby. Discover the Yabby's weak point. Weak point. When do basic enemies in FF14 have weak points? What am I supposed to find? Eyes? Oh, it's the jaw. You were almost correct. The Yabby's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Rebecca would die against any monster ever. Yes, but not because I can't identify weak points. I would simply be too weak. Oh no, not Mr. Monster, don't pursue me. I didn't read out that dialogue because it didn't matter. None of it mattered. I do like his kukri looking blade. It's pretty cool. They did it. They did the thing. Alright, now what? Just you told me and the wavekin went down like a sack of popotos. Let's find something else. Get out of here, Yabby. How far did you go? Jesus. You're supposed to only run a few feet for quests like this. V-Bads. I want to say, yeah, there's the eye, weak point. See, that one was more intuitive. Because it actually stands out on the fucking model. V-Bad's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate, since power pulsating behind its brow. Yes, and you destroy the core within its brow. This is one of those quests that's the definition of a time sink, I think. Unless they're setting Vishkar up for some real big important stuff later, then... Alright, we going for 3? We always go for 3. Okay, back to the Saltery, cool. Vishkar is actually the final boss of Endwalker? I believe it. He's all loaded up on salt. He's so preserved, we can't damage him. Warrior of Light. I'm already half calcium. For the record, said that because his insides would have calcified from all the salt, not because salt is sodium. I feel like I should clarify. See, you've returned it in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? I fought them myself, your destruction, blah 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 blah. Young fine man, you become Vishkar. Too often of late. Drunken victory. Set our sights on the future. Etc., etc. Saltery is ready for our countrymen. We did it. We securing the Saltery. It'd be nice to have some resistance lads and lasses around to watch over us. No one wants to worry about being dragged onto the lock while you're just trying to get an honest day's work done. Oh, I thought that was... Okay. Blissful arrival. Second to last mission. Seems Vishkar has the Saltery security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt and completed my inspection of the site. With little work, the vacant buildings here have been made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Alden. Apologies for the interruption, miss, but General would speak to you at your earliest convenience. Is that a girl with defined muscles in the background? Ahem. Do not feel obliged to wait on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt and act as intermediary with our business partners in Ul'dah. You should go. General Alden asked that you wait for him by the main gate in the Alamegan Quarter. My apologies again, miss. Fare you well. Alright. Just gotta see what Raban wants. And then... whatever our wrap-up is. I would assume if there's a solo duty in this patch, then it would be in the second to last mission, but we'll see. How has the FF14 stream been going? In your guys' opinions, those of you who have stuck around. Have you been having a good time? I've been having an alright time. Better than the last couple times I've streamed FF14, that's for sure. don't like politics in games. Yeah, I'm very sorry. I love you,
Apologies for the
Pippin.
wait. People are screaming for the Butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light.
The solo duty is suppressing a riot. Kill them all, Rebecca. Oh no, we're playing the Division now. We gotta shoot the looters in the quarantine zone, you guys. It's great. Yeah, like Chris Kyle, oh god. My one regret is that I didn't kill more. I saw American Sniper in the theater, and I don't remember why. That movie sucks. Stream to Lamont for me, for real, for real. You know what? If I enjoy the post-patch streams enough, and then Shadowbringers goes off without a hitch, I will contemplate what to do for the future. I definitely will entertain the idea. But I do want to have at least some of FF14 to do with my friends, besides, like, raids and trials post-patch content. It's a fun, relaxing hangout activity as well. Whether right,
I
this
dare
is
say
voice
you
cutscene.
remember
I forgot.
Yuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal.
Right. Those
well,
guys.
It would seem they followed him all the way to the wall.
I remember
It was they who
Laurentius.
orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Awesome. Very
Were
cool
it in
guys.
your hands, how would you punish these men?
I would use them to summon another primal. Their lives would be forfeit. Execution is not the answer. Is my warrior of light a bleeding heart? Now listen, I don't support the death penalty. But frontier justice. We in Eorzea, motherfuckers.
Hear, hear. There is no more fitting sentence for the perpetrators of such a massacre, and that is but one of their crimes. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard. Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me.
Politics in my MMO, oh no, yeah. We were having such a good time, unspoiled by the injustices and dilemmas of the
I bear a
world.
share of the blame for Ilbert's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did.
Ilberd did cut off your arm, Raban.
Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't.
So you're demonstrating extreme restraint and maturity right now. I think you're perhaps still being a little too
But
kind
even
to the
after all
man.
that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain.
I'm glad, buddy. I would be really sad if you were no longer involved with the story.
Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
Another reason to pick Ul'dah as your primary location, it's Raoban's corresponding location. And Raoban gets so much more in the story than Merlwyb or Kanasena, to the point that it's, like, hilarious that those two are still even characters. I wish Merlwyb got more to do, because I really like Merlwyb, but 'twas not to be. It took longer than intended, but at least you know where I stand. Now that's settled, Arenvald, what news? May have a problem, sir. A group of Ananta has arrived at the main gate. I don't mean the Vera. These are Kalyana. The ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting that they be allowed to attend the council. Lisa's trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Kalyana would refuse out of hand. We best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Alright, solo duty against snake people, I assume. Becky, you've dealt with these Kalyana before. I have you at my side. I'm glad I'm almost done, because headphones are starting to give me a headache. And I dealt with a headache for enough of yesterday. Never thought about that. Yeah. That ultimately saved me no time at all. I thought it would. That's what I get for not having flight. There is nothing closer, is there? Yeah, no. Oh god, I gotta climb all the stairs even. Gotta go, but have fun finishing this bit. Okay, thanks, Bocce. Glad you could pop in. We're very nearly done. Let's see what Lise has to say. Rebecca, Raban, God, it's good to see you. Y'all are incredibly attractive except for your faces, which is unfortunate. Your faces look a little too weird. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss. But we did not come here to shed blood. Wow, racist? No, it's something about the lighting. It doesn't do, like... They look like porcelain dolls when you look at them head on. I like their eyes. Their eyes are cool. Everything about them is peak except for the facial weirdness. You claim to seek harmony with those who call Girabani a home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will all be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask. We will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we're going to get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Let them keep their swords. We have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber. Okay, maybe we're not going to have a solo duty here. Things seem amicable. Why do I have a feeling we've welcomed a viper into our midst? I almost did the hiss again. On reflex. Oh, Jesus. Fine. Get out of here. Rub on. Little help. Anyone. All is well. Return of the Bull. I would have figured the last quest in the post-patch would be named after the post-patch, which is A Legend Returns. As Kalyana's elders' intentions seem at odds with all we know of her tribe. What think you, Rebecca? I mean, I guess they mean the same thing. Zeraban is the legend who is returning, but... Usually an understanding can be reached. It's not entirely unheard of, I suppose. Those who followed Saint Shiva eventually sought reconciliation with Ishgard. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guard must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the Scions? I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Almegan quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, Rebecca. My thanks. I will see you in the palace. Just to be clear, this is the last quest, yes? We are not mistaken. It is? Okay. Sick. Then let's see the damage. Any minute now, things could start exploding and they'll ask me to do a solo duty. Oh hey, it's you. It's Y'shtola, the girl who is the poster child of the game despite barely being in the game thus far. Ehrenval told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Y'shtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful in dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Kalyana tribe myself, but Alice's report suggested they shunned contact with other races. Despised it, in fact, compared it to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagine Lys was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? The meeting is to be held in the throne room. It would seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Y'shtola and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. Understood. We should join General Alden inside then. Rebecca, do you know of the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city, at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. Okay. I anticipate getting into the throne room, and then a very long cutscene. Hopefully mostly voiced. My tummy is rumbling too, oh no. You're at the Scions, miss. General Alden left orders that you were to be escorted inside. You'll follow me. When this is over, I'm probably going to make up some honey butter biscuits. Because I bought some. And I'm craving them. Look. The races are uniting. Perhaps Time Cube is defeated.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lise Hext, and I speak for the Resistance.
I forgot that was your last name.
Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne.
Oh god. Don't look at the empty throne. Don't look at Great King Im.
It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you
None
like to
but
take
for
their place?
me.
Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals.
Oh, they're actually gonna do it,
And
but for real.
As friends.
Empty throne, but not bullshit. Aww. We don't get to hear more politics.
Expertly done. Lise has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game, and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
Alright, who's gonna kill who?
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kalyana.
Here we go.
How do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
Here we go.
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Gir Abania devote themselves to our faith.
Mandated state religion, let's go.
You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi! Lady of Bliss, grace us once more with your
Motherfucker.
beauteous visage!
Can't trust those snake ladies. And their constantly beautifully animated swaying hips.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all!
So am I gonna have to solo the boss that previously got a whole trial? Oh boy. It's okay, she's sleeping. My girl looks so cool. That's why she's the canon warrior of light.
God damn it! The guards were already turned! Fools!
No, you don't!
The Kaliana would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvold to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
Alright, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
You're pretty cool too, Lise. I'll give you that.
She's about, she'd best make it quick.
I like it when Lise do the big flippy punchy.
Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
Because I am shallow and predictable. Alright, here we go. Finally. How do we fight her without leaving our allies wide open? We can't stay on the back foot forever. No, damn it, if we think like that, we've already lost. I have the Warrior of Light on my side. We can do this. Isn't that right, Rebecca? Use the duty action Deflect to dissipate the ether spheres Lakshmi releases during the battle. Be warned that allowing an ally to be enthralled by an ether sphere will result in failure. Right. I think I remember how duty-specific actions worked. Yes, okay. The hotbar. Oh god. Oh, this music bangs. I don't get why only some mid-duty voice lines are actually voiced and some aren't. Oh no. Quick. Quick. Did that count? Yes, okay. This is what we're doing.
To free you from your hate.
Oh lord. Oh no, didn't mean to do that. Get out, get. Why am I in first person? There, heck, Jesus. Did an orb hit, or does that? Okay, I think we're good.
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
Really use your sudden dramatic intervention right now, Lise. Oh, hey! Fuck yeah! Yeah!
What of
My
it?
girl!
Do you want to kill this thing or not?
Collaborators and non-collaborators alike united by killing the god of another race. Alright, pour on the fucking damage. Up. Good. You guys probably have those, it's fine. Hell yeah, Raban. Are you real? You're not real. Eh? What you doing? Oh, she's not gonna run, guys. Who could have seen this coming? Okay, that was weirdly long. Move up. Oh, damn it. Huh? Oh, one of these. Oh, shit. Jeez, haven't done one of those since the Alexander raids. Ordola can do it too. She's just like us. I sure hope she doesn't die tragically. The characters can only be redeemed if they die.
You know your soul's way heavy?
We're all still here, by the way. I noticed chat's been quiet for a minute since this fight started. Oh. Away from me, please. Again. Oh. I can't help but feel this whole thing feels a little bit unnecessary, but I guess if you're playing the patches as they come out, you need a big climax to wait on. I don't know, I just feel... I have felt that way about the entire Snake People plotline, so... Rabon, get away from me! This fight is more plot relevant than the story version? Yes, it is. Shockingly so. Oh, jeez. Now on timer. Come on, baby. I think we got this. I don't know, maybe. Maybe.
Here it comes.
Is Lee's gonna limit break, or... What do you got? What you doing, Lee? Okay. Yay! She solved the problem.
We did it! We beat her!
Kiss me. Become my canon love interest, please.
What is this?
I'm only gonna say this once.
Marry me.
The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't.
God damn, we're gonna narrowly hit a 4-hour stream. That hasn't happened in a while.
I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Well, what what does she do next? I don't know what happened. Gotta go, Becky. Guests are here. All right, thanks, Dose. Thanks for sticking around pretty much the entire time. See ya in 4.2. Cespian Lex, dude. Yeah, I'm all about. I'll take Fordola x Lys or Fordola against.
Hells. It's her. The
X Femme Warrior of Light. I will be combing AO3. Not now, I'm not going to, because spoilers, but in the future... Yeah, as a rule, I never look up any fan work for a thing I like until I'm either done with it or done with the most recent peak of popularity of it.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
I forgive you, Fordola.
Forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
Aww. Fordola party member confirmed. It's gonna happen. Alright. Surely this is like the second to last cutscene. Well fought, Rebecca Arnvald. That wasn't your thing. I are stand against the... Kalyana would have been brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. Love that part. Oh yeah, that part was great. Every piece of story material surrounding Fordola has been keynote so far, further reinforcing my choice of her as the best character in Stormblood. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security is my responsibility. I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... God, it's my fault. My stupid mistake. Nay, lass, we were caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson and watch our own more carefully in the future. You can be sure that lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of the Kalyana keeping their weapons springs to mind. My primal servant is betrayed by his aura. You mean to conduct an investigation? I can identify any others acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Ishtola. We appreciate the help. Finally, you do something. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Fordola turned up. What was she even doing there? I asked her to come. Boy, did she. That explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnfried was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. I don't think Fordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She just wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fordola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, when as an Alamegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people to let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other. And I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face if that's what it takes. It's a long and arduous path you've chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured, I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphanode. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but none of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started. I will see that you're not interrupted. Rebecca, you and the Scions will stand down. Get some rest. You've earned it. Thank you, Rabban. I need to rest. I've been talking for 20 seconds shy of 4 hours now. Oh hey, it's where Xenos committed die. That was funny.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people.
Democracy! Democracy! USA! Eorzea.
It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
I was really addressing my complaint. The Rabban didn't do much in Stormblood. So the first post-patch has addressed a lot of my complaints with Stormblood's story, actually. Oh hey, it's Nanima.
Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Rabban Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
Oh.
But, Your Grace...
Rabban, I am no longer a child.
You look it.
Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
Lolorito.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my soul.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
You're free now. She touches his forehead, and the little blue light on his dome goes red. She's crying because no more uppies. One more uppies for the road.
I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Oh.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Oda.
Come on, lift her one more time, man.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
Alright, let's go piss on Xenos' grave together. One last happy memory. It's still not the final objective. It's still not the final objective. There's so many more cutscenes.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Yeah, because I'm so huge. You all stand in my shade. Bitch.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest. But I must yield the floor to Raubahn. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties.
Yeah!
And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
The stronger of the two. Love you, Pippin. Don't die, please.
'Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, Father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Oh, hey, Ryong. Yeah, I've been streaming for like 4 hours. We're finishing patch
Yes,
4.1.
the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor, and you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
Many politics and many crises have been settled.
So, does this
Very
mean
tired.
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Raubahn.
Okay, so Raubah's gonna just hang around Girabania, I guess. Hopefully I still get to see him.
Well, that was unexpected.
I'm happy for him, though.
Though you seem distinctly unsurprised. Either you're more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Tell me the next bubble. It's not. I think it's about time I headed back to Ralger's Reach. What's next for all of you? Alisei will be here to hear of recent events, so I shall join you if you've no objections. I'd welcome the company. Rebecca, why don't you come along to the Reach as well once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others? Show me the green check. Show me the green check. Upon completion of this quest, you'll be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the royal menagerie attendant. Cool. Yes, okay, we're nearly done. One more cutscene, and then I can go eat. Hallelujah. One second. Okay. You will never reach the honey bread. Yeah, they're they're gonna dump one more surprise quest on me. It'll turn out I was lied to about this being the finale. Why is the experience symbol an advanced pretzel? I don't remember what it represents. It's been so long since I learned. To me, it always looked like brass knuckles for, like, a bear. I know that's very specific. Oh, goodness. Not Yumanago. Alright, what do you got? Here we are again. Alphanode has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. Is the last name pronounced Lu or Lux my name? Or the Louisoix twins? Because my name is just after Hoaralou from the Elden Rings. Yeah, Alisei and Alphanode's last name is Louisoix. They're evil little French children. Oh, Leveilleur. I'm so tired and hungry. I thought their dad's name was their surname. I'm so sorry. I'm so confused right now. Her dad is Louisoix Leveilleur. He's their granddad? Fuck everything. Everything is burning to cinders. They're still evil little French children. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Nishtolo when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. Honestly, doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our Echo-blessed champions nearby this time, but we'll keep a closer eye on the Kalyana. We can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. Someone has to make an effort at reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say We won't be putting the safety of our allies and the Vera and M tribes first. I plan to have resistance scouts just keep track of the Kalyana's movements at all times. So what we have learned is that there are some races you just can't trust. Gotta keep a close eye on them. Get them in some kind of profile, even. Oh, God. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the Resistance's army out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? Be a question of the Resistance's newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What, the Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of small independent groups, and when Comrade passes commands on to me, that authority only extended to the Freedom Fighters based in Ralger's Reach. Listen, 100% of Lakshmi-based terrorist attacks have been committed by snake women. It's true. It's true, Jontron. He just happened to be serving at this Resistance. Resistance spokesman at the time and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray. But the time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under a new government, I'll be dominating Raban. No, nominating Raban, not dominating Raban. That's a different activity. As the overall commander of our forces. I'm fucking starving, you guys. My brain is going at like 2 inches a minute. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stood to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects, the ideal choice. Read faster? That's just going to lead me to make more mistakes. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to his arsenal. And given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. Tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. Alright, now show me the ominous stinger for the next patch. Show me Xenos' fist bursting out of his grave. Oh, Kugane. Gosetsu, is that Gosetsu? Yes, it is. I do give thanks to the kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. That means Yotsuyu is in Kugane as well. Unless he just left her on the deserted island, which would be based. There, their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. Look, she's got a dango. I thought she had a chin-strap beard for a second. Look, she's a happy war criminal with her dango. These dango are delicious. Will you have one? I could go for some dango. I've never actually had dango. I wonder what it tastes like. More sweetbreads. I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. Yatsuyu, tell Gosetsu all about the time you forced a guy to shoot his own family. I mean, he was there, he saw that, but you should tell him about it nonetheless. Ah, 'tis like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden I shall never know, but I am alive, and I must return to my master's side. Come, Tsuyu. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. I will be very interested to hear your explanation of why you two are just cool now. I'm waiting with bated breath. If she got, like, did she get brain damage from the... Oh, here we go. Imperial Palace. Show me the cool shit. Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Xenos put to the sword. I do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he is already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head regardless. She has Snickers in between the quests. I repeat, she forced a guy to shoot his own family. She is a real piece of work. She's far worse than Fordole, even. Nay, Lord Xenos lives? Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by Eosian misinformation. That fake news. Yes, I'm going with the canon that Yotsuyu is just really hungry the whole time. Like me, so I understand. I would also force a guy to shoot his own family right now if I could get some dango in my hands for it. Small wonder the provinces begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official and, above all, accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains, then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. Who dat? Angie. Angie fist clench. I don't know what that was. Maybe I'm hungry right now and stupid. It's done. The legend has returned. 4.1 complete. Okay, I wasn't supposed to recognize them. Cool. Find out next time. That was fun. That was a long stream and very tiring, and I'm very hungry. But I would say it was successful. I can see myself doing this again for 4.2. I don't know when. It has to be a time in which I am well prepared for a very long stream. But, yeah. In the near future, I will do 4.2. And then 4.3. And then 4.4. And then 4.5. And then 4.56. And after that, if every single one of those streams has been good, then we'll check out the Shadowbringers. But for now, I am going to go eat, sup on my sustenance. Thanks to everybody who stuck around. We gained like double the viewers we started with, and then lost more than half, which is very funny. But thanks to everybody who's still here. And everybody who's not here, but who was here for most of it. Good times. Good times were had by all. Politics. Racism. Snakes. Find out what happens next time in 4.2, I guess. I hope it's cool. I hope Fordola gets to do more cool things. I hope Yosetsu has a very, very fucking good explanation for Yotsuyu being like this, because I'll tell you what, Stormblood presented me with two morally gray women with tragic backstories who had done horrible things, and I am much more okay with one of them being redeemed than with the other. But that remains to be seen. That's all she wrote. I'm Rebecca. I'm hungry. See you next Tuesday. I just said cunt. I didn't. I'm sorry. Bye, everybody.